loud. Sometimes my microphone decides it just really wants to hear me. I forgot to move my green screen around. Wait. Now my world has disappeared. Welcome to Right. I reckon it might not seem like much to you, but to me... Never mind. We'll save that conversation for later. Tracking down Dickyosine is what matters right now. Let's split up and ask after the bastard. Better odds of turning up useful information that way, I'd wager. Now you're just gonna listen to my mouse if I move it over there. I don't know why my microphone's being so sensitive today. Speak with Sem. What? Oh, that's a different quest. What do you want with me? The Sin Eater? The one that came and killed everyone? Oh gods, is he here? Then why are you talking about him? Oh, I knew I should have stayed inside. There's nothing but death out here now. Death and horror and eaters and... Bounce, 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 bounce. Huh? Where'd you come from? What do you want with me? I want to find a guy. Dickyosine? That thrice-damned eater that's the spitting image of a gouged knight? That Dickyosine? I can't help you. All I know is that when he came, he... Wicked white. If you had seen the carnage, you would... I'm sorry. I can't talk about this. Let's get a new guy. Well, learn anything worth sharing? I wish I could say I'm surprised, but I'm not. What we saw that day, what he did to us. There's no moving on from that. Tell me about this city that I already did the quest for. Well, I was planning to tell you the whole story eventually, but I suppose now is as good a time as any. I was born and raised in Wright. Lacking any real prospects, I eked out a living as a hunter. Might have tried my hand at something more exciting had I not also been trying to provide for the love of my life, Melinda. It was about a year ago that she accepted a commission from this Vilmoran trader. Bloke dealt mostly in antiques, and he had this bracelet in need of restoration. Bloody old, with a questionable provenance, but supposedly it once belonged to royalty or some such. The Fangs of Orthus, he called it. Me and her had been talking about tying the proverbial knot. Buying land, building a home, that sort of thing. Around here, that might not take much, but it was still a lot more than we had. So when the trader made his offer, she didn't hesitate to say yes. I'd gone down to the shipyards to pick up extra tools and materials she needed for the work, quality stuff. But it'd pay for itself 10 times over. But when I got back to Wright, Dickyosine had been busy. I spied at least a dozen newborn eaters fluttering about, trying to make sense of their new lot. The grandmother who lived next door and shared the fruits of her orchard with us. The gruff woodsman who'd brought firewood to our doorstep in the dead of winter. Both of them reduced to mindless fiends, just like that. There wasn't time to mourn or to think. I started looking for Melinda. And then there she was, alive and well. Our eyes met, and we knew it was going to be all right. We ran for each other, and even now, a year later, it doesn't feel real. One moment she was there, right there, in front of me, and the next she was... Dickyosine knelt and took the fangs of Orthus, then left, leading a host of sin-eaters out of right. But Melinda, I still couldn't see her as anything else. She wouldn't budge. She just hovered there and stared, waiting for me to end it. Well, I could never say no to her. Not once in the years we'd been together. For all the times she'd welcome me home with a bowl of hot stew. All the times she laughed at my crude jokes and gave me counsel when I was losing my way. For all that and more, I killed her. I swore then and there I'd have my vengeance. Dickyosine would die by my hand. I carved the scars in my flesh to mirror the ones he left on my soul. An enduring reminder of the vow that I never dare stray from the path. There, all done. No need to wallow in it. Wouldn't want my tragic yet trite tale to put you off our hunt. Still with me to the end, sinner. That's the spirit. Still, I've some unfinished business here. So if you could give me a moment before we resume, I would be most grateful. $74. Okay. Oh. Yes? What do you require of me? An Amaro to take you to the Imperative. Eh? As much as I would like to oblige, all our mounts are reserved for the coming operation. I fear you'll have to go by foot. But wait, there might be another way, assuming you are willing to lend a hand. I was about to deliver an Amaro to Radiska's round, one of the locations whence the beasts will fly for the operation. The tower lies along the route to the Imperative. If near enough is good enough for you, you may make the delivery in my stead. Very good. I shall ready the Amaro for departure at once. Radiska's round is to the north and west. You can take the road or you can fly. It's up to you. Upon arriving, make yourself known to the sentry, and she will give you further instructions. If you should become separated from the Amaro, worry not. The beasts are trained to return to the rookery. That is all. Go well. Oops. A slow, shameful walk back. You delivering that Armaro to us? I'm afraid there's been a change of plans. We already have all the beasts we require here. Instead, this one is to go to the Imperative to the west. Please see it to the handler on duty. Zeli Van Thu. You encounter trouble along the path, return here and I'll set you rightwise. The last tomorrow. My thanks, friend. You may leave the beast with me. Say, I don't believe I know you. Did you join the guard recently? Ha! So that is the way of it. Well, you managed to arrive, and that's all that matters in the end. I bid you welcome to the Ostal Imperative, one of our key strongholds in Lakeland. The first thing you'll want to do is report to the captain. You'll find her at the lookout across the way. So, it seems that rather than the Amaro delivering you, you delivered the Amaro. I'll not thank you. I expect all my soldiers to make themselves useful. Speaking of which, I have a task for you. In readiness for the operation, the Amaro will need to be treated with the same serum as us. As you well know, however, it is not pleasant. In order to coax them into taking it, we have sprinkled it on their fodder. All that remains is to feed it to them, a task I'm sure you will enjoy. Fetch the fodder from the Amaro launch. Sup, laugh? See to 4 of the beasts. Dismissed. How's it going? So many blue marks. Hold it right there, Greenhorn. You thought you could just stroll right past your senior without asking how you might aid me in my duties? You have another think coming. Oh. Just so happens that I have a task for you to perform. This is a supply order that must be delivered to mines at Radiska's Round. You're to take it to him and do so with all speed. Cool, cool. Doing all the jumps, doing all the stabs. I don't know why I'm climbing this thing. I just assume there's something up here. Scenard. Ho there! If you're not otherwise occupied at the moment, how's about lending me a hand or two? They've got me on repair duty. And what with the sorry shape this place is in, it's definitely not a one-man job. Simple enough task. Just take this here pail of mortar, find a couple of spots where the walls are looking ragged, and apply a healthy dab. Thanks, friend. With our ranks thinned as they are, we need all the help we can get. Oh, Japan. Cool. Are you just going on vacation, or are you doing anything out there? Ooh, cool. Sounds fun. Are you... What's your plans? Just kind of pick it around Shinjuku? Is there like a conference or something? Uh-oh. What? Shinjuku is like the big anime corner of the world. It's like Times Square for anime. You know? Saw you hard at work out there, friend. I'll rest easy tonight knowing that some of the ugliest patches of our walls are looking as good as new. You familiar with the history of the Imperative, perchance? It was built nigh on a century ago, with the elves who ruled Lakeland on those days. In those days, after the flood, it served as one of our bastions of defense against the Sin Eaters. Yes, this fort's taken its fair share of beatings, but it stands tall to this day, watching over and protecting the Crystarium and its people. And it's our job to keep it standing. Material and manpower shortages be damned. Of course, we couldn't do it without the generous efforts of volunteers like you. I reckon you have a real talent for repairs. Mayhap I could interest you in joining the guard as a full-time wall mender? Haha, I jest, of course. I've already taken enough of your time today. Thank you, friend, and be careful out there. Damn it all. We can ill afford to lose another. Ho there, friend. Might you lend me your aid? One of my best men has yet to return from his patrol, and I fear the worst. As you can see, his Amaro made it back safely. But my man's nowhere to be found. Could you search for him in my stead? I would go myself, but I can't very well abandon my post. Gwee gwee. Bloody beast. Where do you think you're... Ah, too late, I suppose. But wait, do you reckon he's gone back for his rider? Sorry to trouble you, friend, but do you think you could follow that Amaro for us? A scaly brute might be my best chance at finding our man. Take this salve with you. I reckon there's a good chance he's out there too, wounded to have made his way back. Wee. Gwee? Gwee. The Amaro absentmindedly munches on the fodder. Gwee. The Amaro is wary at first, but appetite eventually wins out and accepts the fodder. Gwee? Krrr. The Amaro reels at the smell, but accepts the fodder nonetheless. The Amaro fed? Good. The rest have already been dosed, so we need not fear any of our mounts succumbing to the dream powder. All units have now entered the final stages of their preparations. The time is nigh. Make ready and await deployment atop the main watchtower. I will send your uniform along as soon as it arrives. That is all. May night smile upon us. Oh. Leveled up off of an emote. The operation is about to commence. Stand ready. During the operation, some of your gear will be glamored. Your attributes and abilities will be unaffected.
Keep moving. What now?
The Crystarium at a guess. Desperate fools. It'll take more than a handful of overgrown lizards to ground us.
You're gonna be... Sound the alarm!
Captain, the powder has taken effect.
It is time. Let us free the Oracle from their clutches.
Thank you. Are you from the Crystarium? Correct. We've come to rescue you. Your weapons made to the same specifications as Thancred's. You're ready to use them. Understood. Please lead the way. All this trouble because of me. I'm so sorry. Save your apologies until after we've escaped. It's quiet. Too quiet. Is that Ranjit? This will not end well. Brazen thieves. You will regret coming here. She just not into you, old man. Ukumats. Do my bidding.
you, boy. You bear a striking resemblance to the artist my master seeks. By all means, keep your counsel. You will all have ample time to confess your crimes back in Yulmore.
Thancred?
So, you are the wretch who stole her from us.
And what if I am? What?
He's a gunbreaker now, too.
Pathetic. Vermin such as you are not worthy of the Oracle.
Break!
Fool! You would see your city razed.
I would sooner see it razed than conquered. Suffice it to say, we are ready to receive you.
What now, Exarch? Will you face me yourself?
I think not, General. I've quite exhausted my tricks. If you mean to give chase, I will not stand in your way. But you would do well to tread warily, for your quarry goes to a place where even Yulmore dare not bear its steel. Ilmeg, the Fairy Kingdom.
To think that mountain of indolence still had the energy to unleash his hounds. Even the most pointless of conflicts may alter a world's course. And now the plan has gone awry. But how? How did the so-called Crystal Exarch bring the hero of the source to the first? As if I didn't have enough on my hands already.
He's a dimension traveler.
Then again, with a soul such as that,
I thought their bodies weren't able to travel, but maybe they are. I don't know.
one which does not require bloodshed.
Not so long ago, here in the shadow of the northern ranges, lay the great kingdom of Verbert. A nation with a proud history that the Sin Eaters cut short, just like all the rest. Since that time, these lands have become a haven for Fey folk. Dreamers frolicking amidst the ruins of a forgotten realm.
We should be safe enough here.
Winsies.
It's good to see you again, my friends. I don't know about you, but it feels like years since last we met. 5 of them in my case.
Why, it only feels like 1 to me, but long enough to warrant a more convivial reunion either way. What brought you to Laxon Loft?
The girl, Minfilia, she and I were traveling together, hunting Sin Eaters. But as we were nearing Lakeland, she abruptly ran off on her own. I found her too late to stop the Ulmorans from taking her prisoner. And as I was considering rescue options, I observed that the Crystarium was on the move. So I consulted the Exarch, who apprised me of the details of the operation and issued me certain instructions. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, I was to see you all safely to Ilmeg. And here we are.
Orianger has called this place home for a while now. Yet we have never called upon him, I am ashamed to say. 'Twas only at the Crystarium that we met.
Hardly surprising. This is not the sort of place one visits on a whim. Happily, having trespassed on Orianger's hospitality for a spell, Minfilia and I have an idea of how things work around here. Sooner or later, the Ulmorans will come after us. But before they do, the Exarch bids us accomplish 2 things. First, rendezvous with Orianger. And second, eliminate the Light Warden of this land.
So, Minfilia. What made you leave Thancred behind, if you don't mind me asking?
You. The hero from another world. I was asleep when I felt it. A presence. Someone I was meant to meet. They were close and I knew I had to go to them.
Hello.
The commotion in Lakeland. I was afraid that Thancred wouldn't let me.
And would I have been wrong? Had I arrived a moment later, you would be back in your cell in Yulmore. And now we have Ranjit snapping at our heels. You really have outdone yourself this time.
I'm sorry. Thank you for saving me.
Oh, poor thing being scolded so.
Who said that? Show yourselves.
Come now, put away that frown and have some fun with us. Yes, let's have some fun. Lots and lots of fun.
Which Which way was it to Urianger's?
We've been there so many times, but I'm not... I can't... Ugh, why can't I remember?
Damn it all. We're already caught in their spell.
Ilmeg is the fairy kingdom, and as one might expect, is home to the Fey folk. The most prominent among them are the pixies, who have a penchant for making mischief. They use powerful illusions to play tricks on all who venture into their domain. By way of an example, they can make a familiar path seem wholly unfamiliar, or lead you to believe you're somewhere you're not. And we are now, I'm sorry to say, entirely at their mercy. As it stands, we cannot hope to find the way to Urianger. For that, we must convince the pixies to lift the spell. From what I could make of the voices, the creatures want to play with us. If that is the case, they should permit us to find their village. Lidhalran. Come, I have a sneaking suspicion this path will lead us directly into their midst. Oh, and I should mention that Minfilia has been informed of our situation, the different worlds, and of our mission. You may consider her an ally. Flower basket. Well, here we are. Yet the pixies are nowhere to be seen. Knowing them, their games have already begun. In which case... Fluffy, there's a variety of plant native to these parts with a distinctive furled tip. Looking grass, as its name. So called because it can be used to spy pixies, believe it or not. I'll explain how I know all of this later. But first, I need you to help me find some. Oh. The voice calls to you. Under no circumstances should you respond. You will only subject yourself to further mischief. You search the scrub, but find nothing resembling. Hee, greetings, mortal. What is your name? Oh, you don't have a name? How very, very sad. I could have had so much fun with it. Hee. You search the scrub but find nothing resembling looking grasses. What is it that you seek, child? Perhaps I can help you find it. Humph, such a rude child, and too clever by half. I shall seek my fun elsewhere. Ooh, a visitor. Where are you from, pray tell? Perhaps this one's hard of hearing. Ahem. What brings you here? Ah, stone deaf. How boring. Still, picking plants at our village is as good as indulging in our hospitality. Who are we to turn you away? Hehe, stay a while, stay forever. Eh. Take it you met with some trouble. Apologies for subjecting you to that. Can I assume from your presence that you managed to find us some looking grass? Yes, this is the stuff. Thus armed, we should be able to see through the pixie's veil of invisibility. And seeing them is the first step to dealing with them. Come, let's gather everyone and put Orianger's little trick to good use.
Farasitha, Krakleth.
No! We're found! How did this mortal know our trick?
Wait! I recognize their souls. These two have been here before.
Look! Twins! How adorable!
Aww!
Play with us!
We have neither the time nor inclination to play. We have come to see Urianger.
Oh yes, Urianger, the peculiar one. In return for a place in Elmeg, he agreed to a riddle contest with us for 7 days and 7 nights without any sleep.
Oh, that was so much fun! We must do it again!
I'm sure he'd be delighted. Now, if you'd be so kind as to lift your spell.
Shall we?
Should we?
Would we?
What now?
I don't know, but this is their home, so we must indulge them.
Right, we've made up our minds. We will lift our spell on one condition, that you first lend us a helping hand. Or 2, or 3. Once you've helped solve all of our troubles, we'll let you see Urianger, Pixie's honor.
Well, there you have it. Pixie chores. I suggest we split up.
Ooh, ooh, look at me, look at me. I have a task for you. Lidha Laran is our beloved village, and we want it to always look lovely. And it can't look lovely without flowers blooming, and no flowers bloom lovelier than everblooms. So, here are some everbloom seeds. Take them and sow them here, there, and everywhere around the village. Simple as a dimple, yes? I'm so hungry I may faint. Fruit, a little fruit will set me all right. Will you go and fetch some for me? Just outside the village, you'll find a hillock. 2 great bell trees grow there. If you give them a shake, they should render up their sweet succulent burdens. Helping us grow flowers, are you? They'll make this house look so much lovelier. There used to be a city of mortals here. A great big bustling place called Vobert or Bovert or some such. But the Sin Eaters came and everyone disappeared. Since then, we pixies have been living here. And we've given the old houses our touch. Lovely, don't you think? Help me, I beg. My friend has gone to Pfizer Loran, a place we're told we must never ever set foot in. I thought about giving chase, but I'm scared I'll run into that thing. But you're a big, brave man. You're not scared of such things, are you? So please, find and bring back my friend. Gen Gyuf is their name, and if you hurry, you might catch them before they get to Pfizer Loran. Ooh, I can't wait for the flowers to bloom. Perhaps I'll make pretty curtains out of them. Mortal, hear my plea. Our precious children are thirsty, and I need you to bring them water. Who are our children, you ask? Why, they're the leafmen you see standing about our village. Adorable, aren't they? Now, you'll need to go to Longmuir Lake to draw the water. Once you have it, see that our children have a good drenching. Oh, but be warned, the Fuath make their home in the lake. They tend to play rough, so have care. You're done sowing the seeds? Thank you. This will help Lidha Laran live up to its name, which means flower house, in case you weren't aware. We weren't always here, you know. We used to live deep in a lush forest. It was beautiful beyond compare, but almost all of it was swallowed up by the light. For a while, we roamed, but eventually we found a place that men had abandoned. Together with our fellow Fae folk, we decided to make it our new home. The land of everlasting spring. This is our home, and it could be yours too, forever and ever and ever. Hmm? Aren't you one of Orionshare's friends? Have you business with me? Lad Ken is worried. Well, that's all well and good, but when someone tells me not to do something, it only makes me want to do it more. Hee. No one can stop me. This of your warning, Ken Guf continues on in the direction of Pfizer Loran. If you find them again, perhaps you can still convince them to turn back. Squeal, squeal. Squeal, squeal. Though your beaver speak is a bit rusty, the creature appears to want milk. However, you see no signs of Ken Guf. You resign yourself to bearing the bad news back to Lad Ken. Back. Where's Ken Guf? Please tell me Ken Guf is alright. What? Against your warning, they went to Pfizer Laran, where you found only a strange animal. Then the tales were true. Oh, Ken Guf, why? Why didn't you listen? Oh, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't assume the worst yet. Maybe there's still hope. I just need to stay calm and think things through. So hungry. Did you get the fruit? Oh, thank you ever so much. You've saved me. Yes, saved me from my boredom. You should have seen the look on your face when the bugs came out. Ah, you've done me a great service, mortal. If there's one thing we pixies are serious about, it's having fun. Dull and painful things. Hate them. Sin eaters are dull and painful both, so we hate them especially. You mortals try to fight those monstrosities, but there is no fun in that. Best to avoid them altogether, you say. How goes it, Fluffy? So, a mix of menial tasks and pranks. Yes, that pretty much sums up my own experience. They have no troubles worthy of the name. How long are we supposed to keep at this? They're clearly playing with us. Indeed, whenever I inquire how much more there is to be done, the answer is ever the same. A little. I doubt they have any intention of releasing us in the near future. Orianger once told me a story about the pixies. They're born from the souls of those who died as children, or so it's believed. Though they don't have memories of their previous lives, the desire to have fun remains imprinted on their souls. And so they live only to play, keeping hapless mortals for their pleasure for years on end, sometimes even until death. In the past, when I sought to identify the true nature of ghosts, I came upon literature examining a similar subject. The soul was likened to a core that resides in the ether, and its presence is what differentiates us from such things as sprites and arcane entities. Upon death, said core ordinarily dissipates, alongside the ether that composed the flesh. However, it may be held together and bound to the corporal realm, either by the will of its owner or by means of certain arts. In time, the soul may regather ether unto itself to assume another form, or find newly emerged life in which to abide. The pixies may be one such instance of this. If ghosts are merely souls without bodies, what does that make us? I think you become that which you fear most, brother dearest. However, the pixies may have come into being. If we leave them to judge, when they are satisfied, they will never be satisfied. Nay, we must negotiate new terms with the creatures. But where to begin? It seems to me we would need at least one among them to sympathize with us. In the course of your chores, did any of you encounter a pixie who seemed even faintly amenable to reason? Fail. What? You know Pixie from before? Not only are you acquainted, but you've entered into a pact. You might have mentioned this sooner. At any rate, I dare to hope this will offer us a way out. Without further ado, then summon this Fail, if you please. Oops. Oh, I need to be over there, apparently. A voice rings out in your mind. So, my sapling has finally remembered about his lovely branch. It was such a half-hearted call, he may as well lop me off and cast me aside. I have no sapling. Please, Bayo, I need you. Oh, I forgot a comma. Is that your idea of a fervent call? A sodden log could do it with more fire. Oh, loveliest of branches. Please grant me your succor! Exclamation point. God damn it. Okay, what the fuck? Oh, loveliest of branches, please grant me your succor. What part did I fuck up? Oh, I accidentally capitalized loveliest, and I shouldn't have. Great. Grr. You.
You're late.
You're late. Late.
I've been waiting for you
to summon me ever since you came here. Waiting and waiting and waiting. But my sapling didn't so much as utter my name. Such a heartless thing he is, cold and cruel and heartless.
Another self-important little brat.
Oop.
Just what we need.
Reminds me of my childhood. All right, I'm sorry. It was a joke. Honestly, just a joke.
But just now you called for me so earnestly, so fervently. I couldn't possibly stay angry at you. Very well. As your lovely branch, I will lend you my strength.
Well. If it isn't Theo, the mold feel. It's been too long.
Not long enough for you to think of any new games, though, apparently. If I were you, I'd be bored of myself. Now let me make something clear. That mortal is mine. No matter what you do, he will never be yours. Never, ever!
Oh, not even a bit. But what about the others? Surely we can keep them.
No, you can't keep them either. They're for my amusement and mine alone. And if you lay so much as a finger on my sapling, I'll scatter the contents of his bag all over your precious village. There'll be cold, hard metal, furry, festering food, stinky, sweaty small clothes, and all manner of other terrible, unmentionable things. How would you like that, All right. But will you not at least let us play with the twins? Just while the others go and see Urianger?
Aye, that's all we ask. And we promise we'll play nicely.
It seems we won't be joining you.
Aye! We'll reveal the hidden Fernic to you at once.
So this is the true Ilmeg.
How are you feeling?
Better. I think I remember the way now.
Apologies for the delay. Shall we go and see Urianger?
Your lovely branch is useful, yes? So whenever you're in trouble, you must remember to make use of me!
Alphino and Alice's sakes, let us be quick. It would be a shame to return only to find that they have been made to play one game too many. Now, the place we seek is the abandoned manor of a nobleman and scholar. The Bookman's Shelves, it's called. After the fellow's vast collection of tomes, an agreeable habitat for our friend. I'm sure you'll agree. If we follow the path north, we should soon find the place. Come along. Bum, bum, bum. And here we are at long last. I give you Urianger's humble abode. Come, let's see if he's home.
Urianger, are you in?
Unto a world weary of heroes, a hero wends his way. The Exarch did send word that thou wouldst seek me out, but ne'er did I imagine thou wouldst arrive so soon. Full glad am I to see thee once more, my friend, and none the worse for thy travails.
Run along, Minfilia. We will meet you outside.
But...
Another one for you to imbue, if you'd be so kind.
I take it thou hast met with our other comrades already? That Master Alphino and Mistress Alize now travel in thy company is of great comfort to me. As for the rest, it beginneth in earnest. The hunting of the Light Wardens, and perforce the war with Yulmore. Hark thee then to my words, and through them behold the vision that I did glimpse, that of the 8th Umbral Calamity. As I drifted hither to the first, traversing the boundary twixt reality and potentiality, I did bear witness to events yet to come. There I saw the combined forces of Eorzea and the Far East offering fierce resistance to the legions of Garlemald. So fierce, in fact, that they did begin to push the enemy back. Ilm by painful Ilm at first, then Yalm by Yalm, and Malm by Malm in time. Yet the joy they felt was short-lived, for in so doing they did force the Empire's hand. Faced with defeat, the Garleans turned to a weapon most vile: Black Rose. Its potency defied all reckoning. Once released, the gas took on a life of its own, wreaking untold carnage not only in Eorzea, but in the provinces of the Empire besides. From fighters upon the front lines to babes in their beds, none were spared. And as the casualties became too numerous to count, so did the fabric of civilization begin to unravel. Nor did the land itself escape unscathed, for spreading from the site of its release, Black Rose brought death to the very soil. To survive amidst the chaos and upheaval, men came to live by the
true.
sword. The rule
He
of law
shed
giving
the
way,
hood.
inevitably, to the rule of might. Thus was the spark struck and the fire kindled, and swiftly did it spread as a blaze in a field of straw to engulf every corner of the world. Nations worthy of the name did then cease to exist, and those souls brave and true who might have risen to restore order were no more. For the weapon spared not one, not even thee. An endless age of war, begotten by the blight of Black Rose. Such is the legacy of the 8th umbral calamity which I did behold. No matter the cost, we must forestall this tragedy. To that end, I have labored during my sojourn in this world, discovering in so doing the answer to a pressing mystery. That of Black Rose's inexplicable potency. Come. Dost thou recognize yonder chart?
It's something to do with magic. I don't know.
Indeed. 'Tis a rendering of the elemental wheel, such as one might find in classrooms across the source. As the chart maketh plain, our world is composed of 6 elements, in addition to which there exist 2 poles in fundamental opposition. Astral, the active; umbral, the passive. As a reflection of the source, the first naturally compriseth the selfsame forces, Yet, curiously, there is a notable divergence in their nomenclature. To be specific, the denizens of this world employ not the terms astral and umbral. Thus was I moved to inquire what names said forces had been assigned. A simple question which yielded a most unexpected answer. Upon demanding the name of the pole aligned with activity and growth, I was told that as life's myriad colors combine to produce black, the people of the First had called it darkness. At this, did my mind begin to race. Yet 'twas only when I asked what name had been given to the pole aligned with passivity that mine eyes were opened to the truth. Peace and tranquility being as purest white, unmarred by color, I was told it had been given the name of light.
That's umbral light and astral darkness, yes? I'm no etherologist, but it strikes me that the nomenclature of the First is rooted in the generation of the two forces, while our own appears to focus on their effects. Which makes one wonder, have we had it backwards all this time?
"'Tis indeed a compelling question, and one which beareth closer examination. Yet what knowledge we already possess sufficeth to explain the chain of events. The phenomenon of etheric thinning observed in the source is the consequence of light, the power of stasis, flowing in from the First to stifle the movement of ether within the land. And according to Master Alphino, Black Rose slayeth by halting the circulation of ether within living beings. Should such a weapon be unleashed even as the First were rejoined, replete as it is with light,
we would have a disaster of untold proportions on our hands. A calamity. Well, at least we have a better grasp of what we're facing. Our objective, however, remains unchanged. We are to eliminate the Light Warden of Ilmeg. Speaking of which, were you able to ascertain its whereabouts?
Aye. 'Tis all but certainly ensconced within Leergear, the castle which standeth in the midst of the lake. To enter said stronghold, we must needs turn to the pixies for aid. Fortunately, I have become quite adept at courting their cooperation. Henceforth shall I accompany you, and do all in my power to ensure that my vision doth not come to pass.
My friend, ere I speak of the task at hand, there is a question I would pose to thee. What thinkest thou of mine appearance? Take up astrology? Indeed, though the night be lost behind the shroud of blinding light, doubt not but that the stars shine still. I have chosen to avail myself of their guidance, that I might navigate the sea of uncertainty that stretcheth before us. For a blessing, my prior studies of astrology did provide me with adequate grounding in the art. But enough of myself. Let us now speak of our task. As I did mention, if we are to enter Leergear, we must needs gain the pixies' cooperation. This is a simple matter of presenting unto them a suitable gift. I shall procure a selection of viands that shall please their palates. Thancred, pray assist me in this endeavor. Meanwhile, Fluffy, I bid thee obtain that which will please their eyes. In these parts there abideth a vilekin known for its beauteous wings, the hawker. I shall lend thee a receptacle within which thou mayest capture a weakened specimen. Oh, you're Uriandra's friend, aren't you? Will you not lend me a hand? You see, Uriandra's home is drab and dull, and I've a mind to decorate it, make it bright and beautiful. If you were to help out, it'd make it all the more special. First of all, we need some whirlweeds, a little plant that grows in the water. We usually trade with the Fuwa for it, but seeing as you can swim, you can harvest some for us. You should be able to find the weed in the lake where there's a sunken church. While you take care of this, I'll go and pick us lots and lots of beautiful flowers. Afterwards, let's meet back here for the decorating. See you soon. Oh, oops. There you are. Did you manage to find the whirlweeds? Oh ho, look at these lovelies. I'll enchant these at once. Make it so they can grow outside the water, and then plant them here and there. Meanwhile, I want you to decorate with these snug blooms. As to where they should go, ah yes, the stairs. That's a dull spot that's ripe for some cheer. When you've finished, come and let me know. Thou art returned. Wert thou able to capture a hawker? Ah, a truly magnificent set of wings. I shall treat them at once to make fast their vibrant colors. Thancred, too, should return anon, on which I shall ready all the items for presentation. Pray take thine ease meanwhile.
"'Tis done. The pixies shall be well pleased with these gifts. Ah, lest I forget. White auracite, newly forged for thy use. Our mission being to thwart a rejoining, we will most assuredly cross paths with those who crave the contrary, our eternal enemies. Thus did I choose to abide in this ether-rich land, the better to fashion a trap for the Ascian's essence.
May I come in now?
You may indeed, assuming you've finished.
I did as you asked.
That's my girl, thank you.
At
I should probably explain. Though my body remained behind in the source, its limitations saw fit to accompany me, which is to say, I cannot manipulate ether. I took up the gunblade for its defensive advantages, but on account of my little impairment, I cannot imbue the ammunition myself. Luckily for me, Minfilia has quite a talent for it.
Minfilia, once we set forth, we are not like to return for some while. If thou wouldst choose tomes to take with thee, let it be now.
Really? May I?
Of course, my dear. Yet have care thou dost not add overmuch to thy burden, lest I incur Thancred's ire. Hast thou spoken to him of thine encounter with the Minfilia of Eld?
Well, I suppose now is as good a time as any. As you know, I freed young Minfilia from captivity in Yulmore some 3 years past. Not long after, the two of us journeyed to the south of Armareng, to the edge of the Empty, where the flood was halted. 'Twas there that she awakened. The Minfilia of old. My Minfilia.
or Minfilia.
Tell me, what must I do to bring you back?
My dearest Thancred, as I am now, I am no different from an Ascian. This child is but a vessel. One of many I have used that I might spread word of her enduring blessing and preserve the flame of hope. In my name, each has died, never having lived her own life. I have taken enough from these children. I will take no more.
But what of your suffering? Your sacrifice? This isn't fair! I will not stand for it. I cannot! There must be something we can do. Tell me!
Should the day come when this child grows weary of fighting and wishes to cast it all aside, then shall I take up her burden. But should she wish instead to become the master of her own destiny, then shall I bequeath to her my all. Imbued with the strength that I reserve for rebirth, she may come to wield my powers as her own.
And what of my wishes? What of Flamine's? What of all the people who love and care for you and want nothing more than to see you again?
It is not their decision to make. It is hers. This child's. This Minfilia's. You have ever watched over me, Thancred. Now I ask that you do the same for her. Protect her. Teach her. Stand by her as you stood by me. There is much and more she does not know. She needs a guide to show her the ways of the world, or she will never find her own path.
Just seems like a bit presumptuous to claim ownership.
You will find me here. Until that day.
Minfilia, wait!
What happened?
And then she was gone. Minfilia, the girl, claims to have no recollection of any of it. I have told her many things, where we came from, what we fight for, but of that day, I have not spoken.
We want this to end.
With the coming of another possessed of the blessing of light, the first hath begun to rise up in defiance of its fate. The question remaineth, however, who shall take up the flame of hope which Minfilia hath borne for so long? Whether we will it or no, the choice must soon be made.
I'm sorry I took so long. It was so hard to choose. In the end, I settled on just the one.
That is well. Now, if all is in order, let us set forth for Leader Loran.
Hehe, marvelous. He's sure to put a smile on Urianger's scowly face. Then he'll want to stay here forever and ever and ever. You're welcome to stay too, of course. There's plenty of room for you and all your friends. Oops. Oh. Okay. Phone call had. Read my story times again. Bum, bum, bum. Bookman's shelves. Is that what I'm doing right now? Is the Bookman's shelves? Hearken to me, O spirits of the water. We are come with an entreaty. Not in a talkative mood, apparently. Not exactly sure how the gate works. But if the Fouth are water spirits, perhaps we should take our search into the lake. Gasp. I suppose a brief dip wouldn't hurt. Oh yeah, he's bad at swimming. We all know Thancred swims like an eel. But what about you, Minfilia? I can swim well enough. Thancred taught me. Excellent. What about you, Aranger? I'm not sure I've ever asked. Rather than swim, mayhap it would be more expeditious to walk upon the surface by means of magic. Okay. You too, Arianger. But you should be a kindred spirit. Well, aren't we a lively lot? And you have an entreaty for us, you say? An entreaty from mortals? What a treat! Aye, my comrades and I are on a quest to vanquish the Light Warden. To that end, we would humbly beg the loan of the Shell Crown, which we are given to understand is in the safekeeping of your people. Oh, is that all? Of course, you may have it. You shall have it. Just like that? What do you want from us? Oh ho ho, no need to be so suspicious. The crown simply doesn't mean much to us, is all. As a matter of fact, nothing means much to us, for we are Fouth. It's over before it's begun, and we couldn't care less what becomes of the Fairy King, nor the world for that matter. Having said that, we do so seldom have mortal visitors, and it would seem a shame not to make the most of you. Touch the untouchable gate, and come hither to our domain. Dawn Meg. In your tongue, it means Forbidden Realm. Sounds forbidding, yes? And so it should, for we are one with the water, our home wrought of ripples and waves and currents. Find your way through, give us thrilling sport, and we will give you the crown. It's a dungeon. I'm gonna figure out what the heck this book situation is. If it actually takes that long. Maybe I should sell some crap too. Anybody here want to buy my garbage? I don't know if this material is going to sell for anything. Guess I'll keep it. What an interesting, like, I just blanked on the name of the thing that I'm thinking of. Yep, I don't remember it. Whatever. Google, what am I thinking of? What is the vegetable that you peel off leaves and eat the meat at the base? Artichoke, that's what I'm thinking of. Thanks, ChatGPT. What am I doing here? Salmon books. Oh, over there. On the occasion of the 300th year of the founding of Vobert, a grand celebration was held in Grünslich. No expense was spared. Over the course of the festivities, guests were lavishly feasted and regaled with wondrous performances. Yet, amidst all the pomp and pageantry, naught was more stirring than the recitation of the Oath of the Covenant. In honor of the alliance between Dran and Galgant, upon which the kingdom was built, representatives of each race took to the podium. It was a sight to draw tears from all who looked on. Vobert. Ugh. What strange names you mortals have. I agree. They have weird-ass fucking names in this game. Ilmeg sounds much prettier. Means the kingdom of rainbows. It's also a little bit weird, but it's fine. Good Janana's grace was named for Her Royal Highness Princess Janana, daughter to the king 3 generations prior. In the dark of night, that mountain pass catches the light which shines forth from the castle, giving it the impression of the princess's beautiful eyes of jade. Eyes of jade? That sounds lovely. If the princess were here, I would ask her for them. First week, Thunder's Day. The princess being partial to the lakefront view, it was decided that all the noble lords and ladies would set out for a picnic. Having partaken of sweets, Her Highness ventured to the water, where she inspected her lip paint in the reflection. This caused the watching shepherds to remark that the princess had used the lake as her hand mirror. Ooh, there's a hand mirror lake to the southwest of here. That must be how it got its name. But who would go all that way to the lake just to eat? Yet another silly thing you mortals do. Well, I certainly learned a lot of new things today. Things the others don't know. I'm going to go and share it with everyone. They'll think I'm so clever. Surely become the darling of Lindhanlaran. Teehee. Sounds like a party. Mortal. I told them about the people from the past, but they weren't the least bit impressed. Well, why should we pay any mind to those who are long dead? Much more fun thinking up new riddles while sipping nectar. Speaking of which, we found this really sweet-smelling flower recently. We were about to go and collect its nectar. If you want to join us? No. I don't want to join you. I want you to admire me. Stranger and stranger. All right, suit yourself. That didn't work at all. They didn't think any better of me. I won't give up. Not yet. I'm going to be popular. Mark my words. No, not with my help, you're not, because that quest is not blue. Search for the unknown. Oh, right here. That's all of those. Zonner. It's a zonner. So it rhymes with honor. Hello, Mr. Bird. Yamaro stares intently in the general direction of Damsel. Gui? Gui? This Lake Anemone is suspiciously dry. The Amaro eyes the wounded soldier with a gaze that could almost be described as concerned. This must be the sentry who was separated from his mount. Wee! Wee! Yamaro eyes you with an expectant gaze. You sense it is hoping that you will tend to the man's wounds. Okay. Thank you, friend. When the beast knocked me from my mount, I thought it was the end of me for sure. But, however did you know where to look? My mount led you to me. You don't say. I owe you an apology, little fellow. Here I thought you ran off in fear of my foe, but it turns out you were looking for help the whole time. Can you forgive me for doubting you? Whee! With that, I'd best head back to the Imperative. And let everyone know I'm alright. Thank you, my friend. You saved my life today. Fell in a pond. I want another one of these. Oh. Yeah, after the dungeon, I guess. Another one of these lemonades. That's what I was thinking. Whoa. Fairyland, for sure. Ooh, walking so weird. Sugar Plum Fairy. I enjoy the concept of copyright-free Sugar Plum Dance at the Sugar Plum Fairy. Even though it's like such an old thing that it's definitely copyright-free anyway. Please, sirs, don't kill me. Ink on Lord of the Lingering Gaze. Oop, come back here. Meh. Mm. Bum, 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 bum. Onward, friends. Very clumsy. Bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. is the DPS so low? Press your buttons more, people. Possible to stop more of those lasers? Yeah. Water thing. How does this compare to what I'm wearing? Better at some stuff. Yeah. Mhm. I blew all my cooldowns. The Lake Lord. Pink Fawn. Your arm is like a violin or something. Coming in. I'm a frog. It does not seem better. Two of them fall off right at the end. uh... I can't see. What the heck did you become? A shade of fear. Lord of the Lengthsome Gate. I guess his legs just got longer this time. I'm currently second on DPS, so one of the DPS guys is worse at DPS than I am. Does make sense with how slow that dungeon went. I do enjoy Pajama Cat. Oh. Pajama Cat.
Wilford! Wilford!
Jolly good show.
Oh, you do not hold back.
Frogman, you got a horrible voice.
But I would have it no other way. Seldom have I enjoyed such sport.
We
Fault.
satisfy demands. Will thou now satisfy ours?
Of course. Of course. There it is. The relic you seek. Yours is the taking. Have there your break oh yes.
Okay.
But you, my friend, you are mighty indeed, and pleasing to the eye besides.
Frogman has a crush.
More? I want to see more of him! Yes! Yes! I could watch him forever!
Why don't we just make him one of us? Yes! One of us! 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 One of us!
What a fine idea! Why ever didn't I think of that? You may have the crown, but in exchange, we will have you!
Explode.
Wake up! Wake up, damn you! Ah, you're alive. Thank the gods. I don't know where you learned to breathe underwater, but it's lucky you can.
True, true.
I'm sure you had your reasons. But the first rule of dealing with the Fwath is do not deal with the Fwath. It's said that they are born from the souls of the drowned. Were it not for your little trick, you'd have joined them. Your friends are safely back on dry land, in case you were wondering. They'll be searching for you, I expect. That's the royal capital of the Kingdom of Verbert down there. It's seen better days. They were a stubborn lot, the Verbertites. Set in their ways. But once you got to know them, you couldn't find a more welcoming people. It always froze over in winter, being up in the mountains. So we'd pull up our chairs round the fire and trade tales over steaming bowls of lamb stew, while the street lamps burned hot and bright outside. All dead and buried now. Them and anyone else who might remember. Everything we did. Everything we gave. What was it for? I wonder. I hope you'll have a better answer than this when all's said and done.
Mosh. I'm going back in. Nay, my lady, exhausted as thou art, thou wouldst only endanger thyself. I prithee, rest a moment. There was nothing where we looked. Fluffy! Moshy mosh. Dear gods, were not for Soraban's blessing. But I need not labor the point. I'm glad to see you safe and well, my friend. Have you any idea how worried we were? Wash up on the shore, only to find you weren't with us. But I'm forgetting. Here's your crown, your majesty. The Fwath kept that part of the bargain, at least. While there were certain twists and turns, our work here is done, with everyone none the worse for wetness. Oh, thank goodness you're still here. So, Uin, is something amiss? Great big mob of mortals is marching to Ilmeg. Mortals with ugly weapons and uglier faces. They wouldn't happen to be our friends, would they? Rather the reverse, I fear. The Ilmoran army, at a guess. Meaning, we can play with them? As much as you like, but just to be sure, I will return with you to confirm their identities. If they are who we suspect, we will require your aid. If Alphino is coming, then Alice will be too, yes. Can't have one without the other, you know. Alright, just remember we're not your playmates this time. I'm afraid we must leave the rest of the relic hunt in your hands. Don't worry, I've done this sort of thing before. Indeed you have. Very well then. See you afterwards, my friend. There are enemies fast approaching. Time is of the essence. We must needs accomplish our mission with all possible haste. Of the two remaining bearers of the relics, the new Moa are the nearer. We shall seek them out next. Among the faithful, they bear the distinction of having abided in these lands since before the flood. They are also the friendliest to men, and have served me faithfully whensoever I have called upon them. Indeed, they are the source of much of the knowledge I have acquired in my time here. The path leadeth past my dwellings. Let us away. Oh, this one's a garden anemone. Anemone. Guess that means this is what they're based on, because it's the garden variety. Got him. Bum bum up it up. Past yonder cliff lieth Pla Eni, home of the new Moa. The others have gone ahead to scout the way. Come, let us follow. Twice in a row. Path striketh thee as precipitous, 'tis because it was once a mountain trail. For where the lake now lieth, there was a valley, in whose midst thrived the city of Vogert. 'Twas only when the Foath came, in the wake of the flood, that the settlement was drowned. We stand now upon its former outskirts, grazing lands where shepherds once tended their flocks. Though one cannot help but feel a pang of loss when faced with such a spectacle, one can scarcely blame the faithful for so altering the land. The blame for that lieth rightly with the light, force terrible enough to bring an entire civilization to its knees, an entire world. That it should have been allowed to rise up unchecked is the greater regret. Yet, in spite of all the tragedy which surroundeth me, full glad am I for the chance to be here. 'Twas these lands which brought together the warriors of darkness and Minfilia, lest thou forget. Therefore, even were there no eighth umbral calamity to forestall, it seemeth only right that I strive to deliver the first from its doom. Only right, I say, though such words ill convey the strength of my resolve. In truth, I can no more ignore the plight of this world than I can choose to stop breathing. And thus do I labor, for those we have lost, for those we can yet save. The coming struggle promiseth to test us to our limits. But so long as we stand together, I doubt not but that we shall prevail. Ha! Mortals, just as we thought. Hast thou business with us? Business? Ha! Nothing so boring. We smelled you coming, and thought we'd come to play. They do not appear to be pixies of Lidharan. Mine apologies, but we are in some haste. Mayhap another day. Oh, in some haste, are you? Then allow me to hasten you on your way. Hee. We just got poofed. Teleportation magic. For a mercy, we were not sent far from our course. Should the pixies find us again, however, they will most assuredly repeat the trick. We have not the time to waste. Let us avail ourselves of an enchantment I have learned. Fey Cloak, 'tis called, a most ingenious magic, which rendereth one invisible to fey folk, albeit briefly. Fey Cloak for the fey folk. I shall cast the enchantment upon thee. Under its aegis, thou art to make thy way past the pixies and rejoin our comrades. Know, however, that the enchantment shall suffice to veil thee and thee alone. Be not tempted to employ a mount, as it will only serve to give thy presence away. Alright. Am I invisible right now? Oh, yeah. Come out wherever you are. How do they know I'm here hiding? Are they hearing me coming? What should we do when we find them? We send them flying. Tee-hee. Any moment now. Yeah. Pixies leave, disappointment etched on faces. Monkey, 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 monkey. I assumed you were right behind us. What took you so long? I see. Yes, I'd say that's a valid excuse for lateness. You are hereby forgiven. Another good news. The new Moa village lies just through here. We'll enter as soon as Aranger deigns to join us. What the hell are you? Mortals! Mortals are here! Lots of them! thought you said the Numoa were men's best friends. Poor thing was beside itself with fear. 'Twas beside itself, perhaps, but not with fear. This is unacceptable. Unacceptable, I tell you, to have so many mortals appear at once. It's more excitement than we can bear. Greetings, Elder Widenk. Kearney, it has been a while. Oop, skip some. The stone scepter. Then you mean to lift the seal over Lihigra? That is unacceptable. Unacceptable, I tell you. If the king is set free, none here will be safe. Unlike our Fey cousins, we Numoa have called this land our home since time immemorial. Leaving is unthinkable. Thus did full many of us lay down our lives to seal away our king when they were corrupted by light. If we do as you ask, our sacrifice will have been in vain. Just hand over the goddamn staff. Don't worry, we'll defeat Titania. But then you'll only become another Light Warden. It changes nothing. Honored Elder, pray believe me when I say that this man is possessed not only of the strength required to vanquish the king, but of something still more valuable, a means to resist the resultant corruption. Indeed, he hath already laid low the Light Warden of Lakeland, all without succumbing to the influence of its light. He is yet a stranger to this land, 'tis true, but he harboureth the selfsame desire to see the Sin-Eaters eliminated as we do. Wilt thou not lend us thy hand, that we might see thy beloved home restored to its former glory? You have always done right by us, Orianger. If you have placed your faith in this man, then so shall we. As you say, we want nothing more than to be rid of the Sin-Eaters. Be that as it may, this is not a decision to be made lightly. We require time to deliberate. A turn of the moon, perhaps. We don't have a turn of the moon, unless we want to debate this with the Umoran army. Elder, given all that is at stake, I cannot well expect thee simply to roll over and acquiesce to our request. But even now, a powerful foe draweth near, and I fear I must beseech thee to hasten thy deliberations, that thou mightest fetch us the scepter while there is yet time to use it. Roll over? Fetch? Ah! You know full well that naught gives us greater pleasure than to render aid to men. You know full well, yet you speak the words of power regardless. It's unfair, unfair, I tell you. In happier times, it was our honor to assist mortals in need and receive rewards befitting our deeds. Since the kingdom of Vobert fell, however, we've been starved of man's patronage. After so many years of deprivation, it is difficult to ignore such an earnest entreaty. Very well, Uranger. I promise to give you as swift an answer as I may. In return, I ask that you and yours remain here the while, and bestow upon us your patronage. Is this arrangement agreeable? Bum 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 bada bum bada bum. You will offer your patronage to our people too, yes? Let's see. Perhaps you can begin with Marn Os. They are one of our foremost artisans, once held in the highest esteem by the Knights of Vobert. With the Knights gone, however, Marn Os has had no opportunity to put their skills to use. They would be overjoyed for your patronage. It's a wide lad. You know what I forgot this whole time? That I have a chocobo. Hello, Mr. Chocobo. I'm gonna pee and get a drink. Hello. Oh, I can do my class quest again. Alright, Mr. Ose. 1182, 1183, 1184. Wait, did I already count that leaf? Wah! What? Where? What? Wait, you're immortal? Huzzah! Huzzah! Well met. Yes, very well met indeed. Have you old and tired arms and armor that are threatening to fall apart at critical junctures in battle? If you answered yes, then you've come to the right Numoa. I will restore your equipment to pristine condition for a payment of a pair of moss fungus legs. Moss fungi roam just outside the cave. Please, please, please give their legs and your patronage to me. Okay. Elephant. Give me your legs. Ah, you are returned, and with the moss fungus legs, I hope. They are tools of my trade, lest you wonder, used to polish metal and leather alike to a lustrous sheen. Now that I have work again, I must replenish my stores. Here you go. 3, but I asked for 2. No, 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 this wasn't the agreement. You doubt that I'll fulfill the work for 2 moss fungus legs, so you tempt me with another? May as well call me a grasping mutt and spit in my eye. Well, if you think me a bad Nuamoa, then a bad Nuamoa I will be. Oh yes, I'll make a fine mess of everything you're wearing. Rip it to shreds. Wait. There are 2 legs here. You mustn't tease us very so. In my agitation, I could have done much worse than simply snap at you. You see, for there to be honor in a task, you must receive precisely what it is worth. Too little means you belittle our ability. Too much means you question our integrity. You've given me fitting payment, so my services are at your disposal. I shall begin by inspecting your equipment. I see. Though I must ask for a small fee for the materials, I'm pleased to say that all your arms and armor may be restored. If you mean to change them in the near future, however, there is no need to hurry. My first repair is complimentary. Here's the coin which you may pay me with when you desire to have work done. Many thanks for your patronage. Okay. Oh, if you mean to offer your patronage to another, may I suggest Ys Gyuf yonder? Judging from your equipment, 'tis plain you are no stranger to battle. I believe Ys Gyuf will have something to offer you. Kinda doubt it, but that's okay. To have so many men visit us at once. This is a joyous day indeed. If it please you, please give me your patronage. As my patron, I ask that you remove the noxious mushrooms that grow in our cave. Flame spores, they're called. we would tend to them with magics, except they leave behind a harmful ash. We've no choice but to pluck them one at a time. Now, you'll be curious as to what I have to offer. I'm a purveyor of wares that will aid you in your travels. In exchange for your fitting payment, I will give you my choicest items. Bum bum ba-dum bum bum bum. You've already removed the flame spores. How very quick you are. Oh, but did you perchance search for the western entrance as well? I'm told that more have cropped up in that area. As you pluck the last of the flame spores, you sense a gaze from the entrance. Hello, Minfilia. Why are you creeping on me? Yeah. I wasn't spying on you or anything. I've just finished my task, and I should go and report back. Okay. Bum bum ba bum ba bum 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 bum. Dwagon, dwagon, dwagon. Ah, you are returned. Have you dealt with the flame spores by the western entrance as well? Excellent. No more poisonous spores irritating our noses. For a little while, at least. Oh dear, I believe I'm getting sentimental. Having a patron again, it reminds me of the old days. Fair every day. I would carry my wares to the castle to offer in exchange for men's patronage. Back then, the castle wasn't called the Higya. The Vobertites built it, and they named it Grünisch Licht. It was their last bastion in the struggle against sin-eaters, and now they're gone. All of them. Nobles and knights and common folk alike. But enough reminiscing. I must give you what you've earned. And if you desire anything else I possess, I would be glad to offer them to you, for a fitting price, of course. Bum, bum, bum. Now, will you be offering your patronage to anyone else? If so, would you consider Wide Lad? Hell yeah. I want to work with Wide Lad. They've been under the weather of late, and the chance to perform an honorable task would cheer them up. Oops. 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 What's this thing for? Whatever. Screen attack. What? You would be my patron? But I can't do anything for you. The lawless ones took my invisible ink, and without it, I can't make my arcane wares. Who are the lawless ones? They're new Moa like us, except they've turned their backs on our values. Curs without honor, they are. They refuse to work, instead spending all their time cavorting and making a nuisance of themselves. It was when I was outside for a walk that they set upon me and robbed me of my possessions, the ink included. I was too weak to resist them, but you, mortal, you look quite strong. Do you think you could take my ink back from those villains? If you do this, I will consider it your patronage, and by way of my service, I will make you something very special. Excuse me, Fluff, but I couldn't help overhearing. You mean to undertake this task? Will you let me accompany you? I would learn from you, and help in what little way I can. You're welcome to join. Thank you so much. The lawless ones make their lair to the south, inside a cave called Father Collard's Chambers. It took many vials of ink, and I would be grateful if you could bring back as many as possible. Ba-dum, bum, ba-dum. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-dum, ba-da-bum. Bum, bum, ba-da-bum. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum. Wolkdorf. Bum bum ba-dum bum ba-dum ba-ba-da-bum ba-dum ba-dum. Well, some did I not already attune to this thing? Rare it is to have men here. So long as you do nothing to disturb our peace, we welcome you with open wings. Huh. Okay. This bird is named Sandman. That seems incorrect. Father Collard's chambers is through here. I peered inside, and sure enough, it was milling with Numoa. They looked none too friendly. If Bancred were here, he'd tell me to go about it quietly and quickly. Let us split up. I'll find all the ink I can, and then come back outside. See you shortly, Fluffy. Fungimancers. Uppies? What does one do in uppies here?
Oh, thank goodness. There you are. Those Numo were rather frightening. I'm glad you're safe.
Glad you're safe too.
I haven't seen much actual combat, so I was a little nervous, but I'm happy I could help. The Minfilius before me battled Sin Eaters as part of the Yulmoran army. But that had all changed by the time I was found. They held me captive, so that I wouldn't follow in the others' footsteps. I'd still be in my cell now had Thancred not spirited me away. When he found me, I knew nothing of the world. I didn't know how to live, let alone fight. Thancred once told me that if the efforts to summon you failed, it would fall to me to face the Light Wardens. I realized then that it was the only reason he kept me close. As a contingency. The truth is, he can't stand to be around me. Because I'm not her. I'm not his Minfilia. Once, we journeyed to Nabatha together, to the place where the Oracle appeared and stayed the flood. As we drew near, I felt as though I was fading away. I shut my eyes and covered my ears, and then... I'm not sure what happened after that. I have a vague feeling that I said something to him. Only it wasn't me at all. It was her. Afterwards, Thancred didn't say a word. Only kept to himself and brooded. There's nothing I can do for him. Nothing I can offer but my presence, though it only reminds him of his loss. She should be the one to live on. That's why I tried to find you, because I knew that was what she wanted. But now that you're here, I'm not entirely sure what it was she intended me to do. Was I meant to tell you something, or bring you to someone, or somewhere? I can feel the answer at the edge of my mind, just out of reach.
Dubstep rave.
What is that?
Just like Minfilia always wanted.
Why? Why did you imprison us? Such boredom, such tedium have we suffered. It is unfair. Unfair. Come. Come and play with us.
It came from the castle. This is everything I have. Please see it delivered to the Nemo. I will bear word to Thancred and the others.
Hello, wide lad. Mercy, your majesty. We had no choice. Please forgive us. Oh, it's you. My ink. Were you able to retrieve it? Aha, yes, this is the ink, and almost all of it, too. When our king spoke to me, my day went from bad to worse, but thanks to you, it's simply bad again. What? You had the vision too? Oh, woe is us. Ordinarily, when a living being turns into a sin eater, it loses everything about its mind that defined it. However, the king has retained some of their instincts. This manifests in the desire to play and be free. So strong is that desire, it often leaks through the seal to invade our consciousness. For a long time, we've ignored it, but we can't do so forever. But forgive me, I was going to thank you for uniting me with my ink. You did exactly as I asked, so I will give you the service I promised. Nothing up my sleeve, and voila, may it serve you well. Great, some teleport tickets. Wide Lad looks a satisfied Numoa. Ah, there's nothing like honorable work. Thanks again for giving me the opportunity. Oh, I should mention that Elder Wide Ink returned a moment ago. If you seek them out, I dare say they'll have tidings for you. Bum. Lovesick Numoa. Caring Numoa. Soft-spoken Numoa. Ah, there you are. I'm informed that you've been an excellent patron to our people. For that you have my thanks. Now then, you'll be pleased to hear that we've come to a decision regarding the scepter. If you would gather your companions, I will deliver our answer. Before I begin, please allow me to express my gratitude for your kind patronage. Having been deprived of purpose for so long, our people are overjoyed at being able to serve again. But on to the matter of the stone scepter. During our deliberations, we were forced to concede that we will never have the power to deal with our fallen monarch. We can release Titania neither from the castle nor from torment. In light of this, we have decided to entrust their fate to you. Take it, the stone scepter of the Numoa. This makes 3 relics. 1 more, and we can arrange a meeting with the warden. Ere you continue your quest, allow me to enlighten you as regards your foe. Know that Titania is not a name, but a title bestowed upon one chosen to lead the pixies by the grace of nature. This leader, upon Ilmig's founding, arose as ruler of all Fey folk to bring order to our riotous kind. In our turn, we Fey folk render our blessing unto nature, unto water, wood, and wind, that our king might be further empowered. Though they are become a sin-eater, their powers remain unchanged. When you face them, be prepared to face the full fury of nature. Oh dear, is there anything else that we should know? Anything else? Only that if you feel unready for the challenge, and none here would blame you for it, you are welcome to remain among us a while longer. After all, I myself have yet to enjoy your patronage, and who knows when I will next have the chance. We would see that you were comfortable, of course, and do all in our power to make you feel at home. Oi! Honestly, I look away for one moment, and every fairy and their nuncle tries to steal my sapling from me. This is my sapling. Mine. Do you hear? Not yours, and not the Fuath's. And anyone who so much as thinks about trying to seduce him will wish they hadn't. The final relic is a pair of shoes wrought of crystal. They are held in the Amaro's safekeeping at their settlement, Warlickdorf. It beareth mentioning that these Amaro are unlike those which thou hast heretofore encountered. Owing to a peculiarity of evolution, they are capable of speech, and thus we might negotiate with them as we have the Fey folk. Though it saddens us to see you leave, we wish you well on your way. When you arrive in Warlickdorf, seek out the largest of the Amaro. His name is Seto, and he is their leader and the bearer of the relic. Bum, 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 bum. Ah, there you are. I was hoping that you'd return so I could properly express my gratitude. You'll be happy to know, as I would, that my man has safely returned to the Imperative. Those Amaro can be stubborn brutes at times, but times like this make a man appreciate what loyal companions they truly are. I'd say this one's earned himself some extra feed for dinner today. Where was that quest? Well met, traveler. What brings you to our outpost this day? Supply order from Tiana at the Ostel Imperative. Well, why, pray tell, are you delivering this, and not one of our own men? That's what I'd like to know. Mistaken for a new recruit, you say? You really should make a point to clarify the situation next time. Not that I don't appreciate your service, of course, but Tiana has a reputation for running roughshod over anyone she can. While I am loath to impose upon you further, if you'll be returning to the Imperative regardless, I was hoping I might trouble you to deliver the supplies Tiana has requested. I'm afraid the recent Sin Eater attacks have left us rather short-handed. It will take just a short while to prepare the materials for delivery. I invite you to make yourself comfortable while you wait. Not that there's much in the way of entertainment here. It is a military outpost, after all. Perhaps you could converse with the soldiers. You'd be sure to raise their spirits, and you just might glean some useful information out of them. Traveler, ha! You're an odd one to pick this place for a leisurely excursion. Me, I can think of 100 places I'd rather be. But since you are kind enough to grace us with your company, why don't I tell you a bit about this place? Radiska's Round was built on the ruins of an old belfry. In more peaceful days, its clarion call would ring out through the lakeland to announce the time of day. Since the flood, however, the bell serves a purpose far more grim, to warn the residents of Lakeland of Sin Eater attacks. Oh, would that the day return when its bell again brings only joy and not fear. Oh there, stranger. We don't get many travelers in these parts. What do you say what do you think of the round? She's an odd one as far as forts go, wouldn't you say? Truth is, what you see today is actually the ruins of a larger structure built over a century ago. Took over what was left and converted it into a lookout tower of sorts to serve us in our struggle against the Sin Eaters. Seeing as how it stands at a major fork in the high road, the location's rather ideal, you see. You can see threats coming in from miles away, and send out patrols to deal with them before they get too close. Of course, it gets kind of lonely all the way out here. What can you do? Hey there, friend. Say, have you ever wondered how Radiska's Round got its name? Wait, don't answer that. I have mind to tell you anyway. Ha ha ha! Radiska was a guardsman in the early days, one of our best and bravest. As the records tell, they say he gave his life holding off a horde of sin-eaters just long enough for a group of refugees to flee to safety. The body of this hero was discovered right here at this tower, and ever since then it's been named in his honor. Makes a man proud to serve, I say. Ah, there you are, friend. Did my men have anything of interest to say? In the event, I hope your stay here was not overly tiresome. I am pleased to inform you that the materials have been packed up and are ready for delivery. Before that, though, please allow me to compensate you for your service. I can fly. Whee! Sorry to have kept you waiting, sinner. I'm sure you're eager to get back to it, as am I. Trouble is, in your absence, I've failed to turn up any information as to the whereabouts of Dickyosine. There is one line of inquiry I've yet to pursue, though. The fangs of Orthus. The bracelet my beloved was supposed to restore, and that the Eater took with him when he left Right. Sin-eaters are mindless fiends, driven only by base instinct. Everyone knows that. They've no need for worldly possessions. Yet Dickyosine took the bracelet anyway, which can only mean that there's something unique about this particular antique, or the sinless bastard somehow different from the rest of his ilk. Either way, I think we need to learn more about the fangs of Orthus, and I know just the man to ask. The Ulmoran trader who commissioned Melinda's services. Much as I'd like to question it myself, though, I don't think that's an option. Even though Dickyosine's attack a year ago is common knowledge, I doubt the trader will believe that an eater stole his precious trinket. He's more likely to accuse me of theft and have me clapped in irons. So I'm afraid you'll have to go in my stead, Fluffy. Melinda said he was a regular at the Beehive, so try looking for him there first. So quests I haven't done. Did I make any money? Alright. Well, I'm gonna go get some sleep. Good night, the internet.